Sunday Times this year voted Ilkley the best place to live in the north and the northeast of the UK. And you can see why, because it's gorgeous in the rain and it turns the sun on exactly when we need it. Welcome to Saturday here at the Lexus Ilkley Open. We've got all 4 single semi-finals coming away on centre court, and then not before midday the doubles finals to be played back-to-back over on court 1. Tremendous lineup, 4 Brits, multiple top 100 players, a former junior world #1 and a defending champion in the house for you today in Ilkley. So please be ready to show them all your full support. Ahead of the first match today, would you please welcome to court, there is a team of 90 of them. They've been working so hard all week. It's our 4 kids from Ilkley Grammar School. And please also welcome our LTA officials. And now for the players. First up, at the age of 17, she has reached the second round at the last 3 Grand Slams after peaking at world #2 in the junior rankings last season. From the USA, please welcome Eva Jovic. And she's an Olympic silver medalist who reached the Wimbledon quarterfinals in 2021. From Switzerland, please welcome our #2 seed, Victoria Golubic. And to perform our coin toss for this first match, we have Shiva Afridi with us. She's a representative of Lexus, our main tournament sponsor here in Ilkley and across many of the Grand Tour events over the course of the summer here in the UK. You may have seen the 2 very stylish Lexus cars on your way onto site today that were very much glistening in the morning rain. Shiva is a professor of innovation and entrepreneurship and is an executive leadership coach and lawyer working under her business name, Dark Spark Coaching. She's looking forward to absorbing the wonderful atmosphere, world-class tennis, and hopefully some sunshine here at the Lexus Ilkley Open today. Your appreciation, please, for Shiva Afridi. And I'll now leave you with our chair umpire for this first match of the day. That's Anastasia Petraka. Thank you.
Well, very good morning and welcome to Ilkley on semi-finals day here at the Ilkley Lawn Tennis Club. Tremendous lineup on the centre court today with all 4 of the semi-finals from both the men's and the women's event. And we start with Victoria Golubic, the #2 seed, who is taking on Eva Jovic, 17-year-old from the USA, world number 115, a new career high ranking for the American. She looks to reach her first WTA 125 final. Victoria Golubic, of course, much more experienced, 32 years old, #2 seed, as I mentioned. She's the current world number 82 with a career high ranking of 35 in the world. She beat Lucrezia Stefanini, Elsa Giacomo and Deanne Parry to reach the final 4. Eva Jovic, who's unseeded, beat Rebecca Masarova in straight sets in round 1 before defeating Varvara Lepchenko and Talia Gibson in 3 sets, making her first appearance in Ilkley. Victoria Golubic playing here for a 4th time, but prior to this year had never been beyond the 2nd round. So it is day 6, semi-finals day at the Lexus Ilkley Open 2025. Eva Jovic of the USA taking on Victoria Golubic in the first of the semi-finals today. Strong Swiss representation in the women's draw, with the second semi-final featuring 19-year-old Céline Neif taking on Rebecca Marino, the defending champion. In today's second semi-final will be the 2 women's semi-finals first, before the two men's semi-finals to follow here on the centre court. This is Iva Jovic of the USA, just 17 years old. Very much an up-and-comer on the WTA circuit, world number 115. It's a new career high ranking for the teenager, making her first appearance here. She had never reached a quarter-final of an event above ITF level, so this is a big match for her, one of the biggest of her careers so far. She did have a couple of wins at Grand Slams, though, earlier this season at both the Australian Open and the French Open. Both times, in fact, she was knocked out by Elena Rybakina in round 2. It's certainly one to look out for over the coming months and years. Viktorija Golubic, a player that everybody will be very familiar with, of course, former world number 35, number 2 seed here this week, with a current ranking of 82 in the world, and making her 4th appearance in Ilkley. She's got a couple of WTA tour level titles. In fact, the second of those 250 titles she won just last year in China, in Nanchang. And last year she also won her 4th WTA 125 title in Limoges. She beat Céline Naif, fellow Swiss player, who she could, of course, face in the final tomorrow if Céline Naif can defeat the defending champion Rebecca Marino in our second semi-final of the day. Anastasia Petrarca in the chair for the first of today's matches. We have everything crossed that the weather is going to behave itself over the next few hours. 4 singles matches to cram into the day's play here on the centre court. The 2 doubles finals are being played today as well. Those are taking place over on court number 1. They get started in about an hour's time. The forecast for today is not too bad. It's pretty grey, and has been a bit of drizzle this morning, which is why we've had a slightly delayed start time here. But ultimately a pretty promising forecast for the most part today, and hopefully that means we can get all 4 matches here on the centre court. Had great weather over the last 3 days. A couple of days ago the wind played a really big part, did make things a little bit tricky, but ultimately managed to get through the matches, which is the most important thing. And today it is certainly nowhere near as breezy, very little wind in fact at the moment, so that will hopefully add to the spectacle here. And as I say, we have fingers crossed for no weather interruptions over the next few hours. It promises to be an interesting battle, this one. Very experienced player up against a teenager showing enormous promise already. Playing in one of the biggest matches of her career so far, maybe right up there with those Grand Slam matches that she's featured in already this year. Set to break into the world's top 100 soon, Iva Jovic, as she looks for a place in the final here against the number 2 seed, Viktorija Golubic. Our first semi-final of the day at the Lexus Ilkley Open 2025. So just about ready to get underway here, just as the sun comes out over the centre court at the Ilkley Lawn Tennis Club. Let's hope that that is how it stays now for the rest of the day. And it's going to be the 17-year-old Iva Jovic to get us underway. She is serving first in this opening set. Victoria Golubic with a tremendous backhand. It's a big feature of her game. One-handed, don't have too many of those. It's certainly an eye-catching shot when it's firing on all cylinders. It's a great get from Golubic. Really good angle on this backhand. Just managed to pick it up. Guided across court. Did really well. Up! That's superb from Ilkley. Good start to this opening game of the semi-final. Seen a couple of tremendous points already, right from the start. Another outstanding point from both players. Ilkley did well to recover there, chasing back. Dealing with the lob from Golubic. The 17-year-old here with a couple of game points to seal the first game of this opening set. Beautifully done by Golubic. And we're seeing plenty of great quality early on in this match. Good controlled backhand volley into the far corner. Showing great touch in these early stages here. Both players have taken no time at all to settle in. Solid hold from Ilkley. Takes the first game of this opening set. Strong service hold from the young American. Stands beginning to fill up now. The sunshine is still shining brightly, which is great to see. Forecast is suggesting the weather will improve gradually over the course of the day. Might get a little bit of rain, might get a few interruptions in the early part of the day's play. Hoping that won't be the case. So Golubic preparing to serve for the first time in the match here. just to put away. Lovely shot from Golubic. Just built the point really nicely. She's so comfortable on that backhand side in particular. Lovely backhand there from Viktoria Golubic, great depth. There was an injection of pace, which just rushed Jovic a little. That's an excellent return from Iva Jovic. We have our first break point of this opening set. Really went after the return there with the young American. What a start for the 17-year-old. Iva Jovic taking the early lead in this opening set, taking her early opportunity to break the number 2 seed. 2-love lead. That is the perfect start for the young American. Looking to back up the early break of serve. And really hitting her stride now. Hugely impressive start here from Iva Jovic. to back up the break. Adjusted well. That is a great start from Ivijovic. Getting the break of serve and backing it up comfortably. Jovic, after 11 minutes, with a 3-love lead in the first set. Once again, Jovic coping comfortably with everything that's being thrown at her by Golubic in this opening set, looking to keep the pressure up on the number 2 seed. There's a chance there as well. Ivijovic could easily have found herself up love 30 in this game. It's an easy one down the line from Ivijovic once again. Golubic having to scramble to get to that one, left her exposed. Wasn't really too much she could do. Chair umpire Anastasia Petraka just heading down to the baseline there where Golubic is serving, and just seemed to be checking maybe a divot or something just in the turf. Early frustration here for Golubic. She really is being pushed all the way by Ivijovic. More break points here. Double chance of a break. Too good. It's outstanding from Iva Jovic. What an opening to this match from the teenager. Number 2 seed in real trouble in this first set, down a double break. 4 games to love. Jovic now looking to back this up and really give herself a huge lead in this opening set. Biggest semi-final of her career. Brilliant again. It's just a great pickup from Iva Jovic, and she is dealing with everything thrown at her by Viktoria Golubic in this first set. Just looking so comfortable and confident out there at the moment. It's long. More frustration for Viktoria Golubic here. Just can't seem to find her feet in this match. Iva Jovic is just not letting her settle into the contest here. Jovic with the chance to make it a 5-love lead, racing through these early games of the semi-final. Jovic thought that was long. Be hoping that doesn't have too much of effect on this game. She's got another couple of game points here. Well, it's a good serve from Iva Jovic. Very much in control of the opening set here in the semi-final. Just 21 minutes and she has a 5-love lead over the number 2 seed. The stands continuing to fill up here. A few slightly later arrivals, no doubt because of the slightly darker weather that we had earlier today. A few people just making a bit of a delayed entrance here to the centre court. They might be surprised to see the scoreline here with the number 2 seed in real trouble. Down a double break in this first set. It's a 5-love lead for the 17-year-old American Iva Jovic. It's just long from Golubic. Little volley exchange between the two. And Jovic is now just a couple of points away from wrapping up this opening set. Certainly needed that one. Still trying to get off the mark in this opening set, the number 2 seed. Once again, a couple of points away from wrapping up this opening set here, Iva Jovic. Oh, it's magnificent from Viktoria Golubic. Looked like she was about to be facing set point, but has managed to pull that off remarkably well. What a response from Iva Jovic. Can't quite get that set point at the moment. Golubic fighting to stay in the set. Would be something to build on if she's able to hold serve here. At least get a game on the board. Floating just long. But it is a set point. And chance for the 17-year-old to move a set closer to reaching her first WTA 125 final. Well, it's a double fault, and that brings the first set to a close, and Iva Jovic dominating the number 2 seed in that opening set. Well, who had this as a potential scenario here for the opening set of the semi-final? Tremendous effort from Iva Jovic. Just relentless from the teenager in that opening set. And it was just a case of dominating from start to finish, really. Got herself in front early on. Never really looked back after that. And it certainly will be a long way back for Viktoria Golubic. I just want to put that first set out of her mind as quickly as possible. And she is experienced, and we should expect a response from the number 2 seed in the second set. But Iva Jovic, as things stands, just one set away from the final in Ilkley.
Second set. Iva Jovic to serve.
wind just starting to pick up a little bit here in Ilkley. As Iva Jovic gets ready to serve at the start of set number 2. Brilliantly done once again by Iva Jovic. Just so confident. It's outstanding again from Iva Jovic. Just getting to everything again that Golubic is throwing at her. Comfortably covering the court. Just doesn't look like letting up at all at the moment. It's just long. Golubic thought she'd caught the back of the baseline there, but Anastasia Petrarca was absolutely certain that it was long. Golubic not particularly happy. Frustration just building here with a 7 straight game for Iva Jovic. This next one is a huge one for Viktoria Golubic. It'll be new balls. Just desperately needs to get herself off the mark here. Can't afford to fall behind early in this second set. Just hasn't really been able to get going at all. And it's great credit to Iva Jovic, who's just played with real intensity and purpose right from the start. Such a confident start from the 17-year-old. She is going to break into the world's top 100, by the way, if she wins today, regardless of what happens in the final. other results could determine exactly where she ends up. Rankings-wise, but top 100 ranking is, I believe, guaranteed if she wins today. And the live rankings currently, she's at 105, which would be a new career high ranking anyway. It's obviously the biggest semi-final of her career. Win today, she'll overtake Lara Sigemund, Olivia Gadetsky, amongst others, Erika Andreeva as well, and Helena Kalinina. She only has to climb above further 5 players to break into that top 100, although there's the fact that fellow semi-finalist Rebecca Marino has got exactly the same number of ranking points as her at the moment, so they're going to move up together if they both win today. They should both break into the world's top 100 if they reach the final. And that won't be Iva Jovic's concern at the moment. Concern will be with trying to win this semi-final match and then maybe going on to win the tournament. It would be the biggest of her career to date. Well, that's a really important hold for Viktoria Golubic. Securing her first game of this second set, and more importantly, ending the streak after 7 straight games for her opponent. Vitally important not to fall behind early in the second set. The next aim will be to try and put some pressure on the Jovic serve, something that Iva Jovic didn't feel at all in that first set. Held very comfortably throughout. That's another tremendous point. It's outstanding from Jovic. Another great point construction from Iva Jovic. She's getting good depth. She's maintained that intensity throughout this match so far. Just continues to control and dictate these rallies. The extended ones in particular, she seems to have total control of at the moment. Golubic just doesn't have an answer. As Jovic holds to love to take a 2-1 lead in the second set. Golubic to serve here. Leandro Riedi is sitting alongside her team. Played in the men's singles this week. Golubic was watching his defeat yesterday to Zach Svider in the quarterfinals. He is returning the favour here. Fellow Swiss player, of course. If she can start to get some games on the board here and hold serve, stay in touch with Jovic in this second set, there's every chance she could turn things around. Has so much experience, and she's starting to find her range a little bit as well. Certainly won't be panicking just yet, despite the frustrations of that opening set. It doesn't really matter anymore now, just knows she has to win the next two. And sometimes it takes that experience and know-how to be able to put a set like that aside and move on quickly. Certainly something Golubic has. Former top 40 player, two-time title winner on the WTA circuit, actually won a WTA 250 title at the end of last season, second of her career. It's a lovely volley from Golubic. Well, it's a good hold as well. 2 games all in this second set. Suddenly the confidence just starts to exude a little more from Viktoria Golubic. Striking the ball with a little more purpose. There's that one-handed backhand. If she can get that firing, certainly give her some hope here. Great stretch. Really good stretch there from Iva Jovic. Such an important point as well. She'd lost that. Should have been love 30 down. That would have represented a real opening for Viktoria Golubic. You can see from the reaction there just how important that point was to her. Bit of confusion there. I think Viktoria Golubic felt there was a call. outstanding. Truly outstanding from Jovic. Once again dictating the rally. Good control at the net. It's a great return from Golubic. Certainly a much more competitive second set here. It's another game point for Jovic though, for a 3-2 lead. Starting to unleash that forehand. Golubic. Quite possibly the biggest test of the match so far for the 17-year-old. Tell from the reaction there just what a big point Jovic felt that was. Does not want to give Golubic the opportunity to work her way into this match. This is certainly the most she has been tested so far. Feels like a really important game. Just floats long. Another chance here for Jovic. To hold serve, take a 3-2 lead in this second set. It's a tremendous hold from Jovic. 3-2 lead now for the young American in this second set, and that was a big hold just to keep Victoria Golubic at bay. But the Swiss player starting to make a little bit of progress and starting to test her opponent here in this semi-final. Stands filling up nicely here. Sun is still out. The wind has picked up a little bit. Jovic leading 3-2. Golubic is trying to keep this set on serve, and it's a tremendous winner from the number 2 seed. Certainly raised her level significantly in this second set. She had to, really. Had to give Jovic all the credit for the first set, but Golubic as well just didn't find her level. Golubic starting to win some easier points now on serve. Struggling to get into those longer rallies in the first set. Jovic was dictating the vast majority of the points. Hasn't been the case. It's an excellent point from the teenager. Doesn't turn 18 until December. Jovic on the brink of the world's top 100. Jovic is just starting to ask a few questions here. She has played her way back into this game. Incidentally, she's the 4th highest ranked player under the age of 20 on the WTA Tour. Mira Andreeva, Maya Joint and Victoria Mboko, the only 3 who have a higher ranking currently. The only 3 inside the world's top 100. And of course, Jovic will be joining them if she gets the win today. She is threatening to put Golubic under pressure here in this game. brilliant from Jovic. Pushing hard here, looking for that break of serve that would put her on the cusp of the final here in Ilkley. Certainly the toughest service game for Golubic in the second set so far. Which is holding off the challenge of Jovic for the time being, yet to face a break point in this game. Jovic refusing to go away here, sensing that this is her opportunity now. Still hasn't managed to fashion a breakpoint chance yet. Once again, Golubic. Finding a point when she really needs it. That's the point of the match so far. Golubic doing everything to try and stay in the rally. But relentless pressure paying off for Iva Jovic. Great effort from Golubic there. Didn't panic. It really would be a massive hold. If she can get through this game. It's back to deuce again. what an opportunity that was. Previous shot there from Jovic was magnificent. She played it with so much depth, and that allowed her to step up the court. And it looked like she was going to put it away, and it would have given her a first break point in this game. That one is right on the line, though, from the teenager. Just a brilliant shot again. She knows what an opportunity it was a couple of points ago now to get that first break point. Again, what an opportunity. It's just a slightly awkward height for her. Put a little too much on the volley. Maybe didn't have to go for quite so much. Just got a little carried away. It's another lengthy exchange. Great defense from Viktoria Golubic again. To juice once more. And this time she has got it, the first break point of the game. Been to juice 8 times in this game. So this is the first time Jovic has got herself a break point, and this could be a really significant moment in the match. It is the first break point of the second set. Back to juice for a 9th time in this game. Injection of pace again from Jovic, who gets her second break point. A lovely shot. Great control on that backhand slice there from Golubic, just taking Jovic out of the equation and creating that really tight angle. as we go back to deuce for a 10th time in this game. And once again, a delicate touch with a backhand slice. And Golubic with the chance to hold now. This might just be the longest game we've had on this court all week. Back to deuce for an 11th time. Another chance for Golubic to close out this game. The longer it goes on, the more significant the hold becomes. Listen to that roar from Victoria Golubic. 11 deuces in that game, 2 break points saved. And that is quite remarkable. And it's 3 games all. Golubic in the end winning 15 points in that last game. That is more points than she won in the whole of the first set. Absolutely incredible. 15 compared to 14. Jovic will now look to respond. Couple of chances to break. You do get the feeling if she had managed to take one of those opportunities, it probably would have been the end for Golubic. Not sure she would have been able to recover from losing that last game. That's such a big hold, and things like that can really change the course of a match. Response from Jovic in this game is going to be so important. So far that response has been outstanding. Points here for a 4-3 lead. What a contrast. After the 11 deuce game on the Golubic serve, it's a hold to love for Ivo Jovic. He takes a 4-3 lead in the second set, 2 games away from the final. So Golubic again facing a really big few moments here, serving at 4-3 down in this second set. What was impressive from Jovic in that last game is how she bounced back so quickly after losing that remarkable 6th game in the second set. 2 players playing a total of 28 points. She had 2 chances to break, to then miss out on those opportunities and hold to love in the next game really is quite impressive. All of the return there at all, Ivo Jovic.
Come on. Right now.
You can just hear Jovic muttering to herself there. Right here, right now. Four, 4-3, 30 all, it is a big point. Got to it, couldn't get enough on it though. Drop shot just about good enough there from Viktoria Golubic. Fabulous shot from Ivo Jovic, firing that ball down the line. Another chance for Golubic to level things up here in the second set. Superb again from Jovic, really good off both sides, forehand, backhand. Hitting the ball with real purpose, good depth. Always in control of this rally. Again, look at the depth there, really pushing Golubic right into the corner. Back to deuce again. Once again. Right at Ivo Jovic there from Golubic. Couldn't really get a racket on it, came at her really quickly. It's a smart play from Golubic, really. What a return again. Such good depth from Jovic. Back at deuce again. We had 11 in the previous game. This is deuce number 3 in this game now. It's too good. Outstanding from Jovic. Such quality from the teenager who has a break point. Third in this set, first in this game. Once again, back to deuce. You just wonder if these missed opportunities for Jovic are going to cost her. Give enormous credit to Golubic for the way she's fighting here in this second set. Brilliant again. It's just magnificent from Jovic. It's another lengthy Golubic service game. Fifth deuce. One break point so far. We do have a second break point. Jovic, of course, will serve for the match if she can convert this one. Another big moment, another big test for Viktoria Golubic. Jovic can't believe it. I think that hit the bounce, hit the line, I should say, and made the bounce a little awkward for Jovic. She's got herself another opportunity though. Break point number 3 in this game. She's missed it. And she can't believe it. That was the moment. Golubic survives. And we're at juice for a 7th time in this game. Haven't had quite as many juices as the previous Golubic service game, but this is break point number 4 in this game. Put her on the brink of victory in the semi-final. Oh, could you believe it? Incredible, these last 2 Golubic service games. Juice number 8 in this game. Magnificent from Golubic. Can't help but admire the composure here. The immense pressure she's been under in the last 15 minutes or so. Oh, that is extraordinary. There was one that landed right on the line there from Eva Jovic, was extremely close. Golubic certainly had a long, hard look at the line. So that is juice number 9 in this game 11 in the previous service game for Golubic. Incredible passage of play here in this semi-final. 6 break points in the last 2 Golubic service games combined as well. Still, she's hanging on. Almost predictably, we go back to deuce again. Double-digit deuces for consecutive service games now for Golubic. It's not something you see every day. Another game point. Back to deuce again for an 11th time in this game, matching the total from the previous Golubic service game. The rain has just started to come down a little as well. And it might be that we don't get to the end of this service game before a break in play. Lovely touch from Golubic. And I don't think we're going to play this next point because the rain has just started to get a little bit heavier. So we're pausing for the time being. Hopefully it's just a quick passing shower. But it's just getting a little bit too wet to play at the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the match is set. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep you updated with the situation with the weather. The fan village remains open at this time, so please do take advantage of that. And we hope for more sunshine very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Lexus Ilkley Ultimate matches are now set to resume on both centre court and court one. That is the men's doubles final continuing on court one, and the first of the ladies singles semi-finals resuming on centre court.
Well, welcome back to centre court, where the players are back out again. We had a very little bit of rain. It didn't actually get too heavy in the end. The courts weren't completely covered. Ground staff here were preparing for things to maybe take a turn for the worse, but the rain has passed for now, and hopefully it means that we can complete this match. Players will resume their warm-up, and we can just summarise what's happened in the last hour and a half or so since play got underway. It's actually coming up to 2 hours since play got started here on the centre court, slightly later than scheduled because of a little bit of rain this morning. And we've had a small amount here in the middle of this match as well, and we come back to it with Golubic serving to try and stay in this, or try and stay on serve, I should say, in this second set. She hasn't yet been broken, but the pressure has been building over the course of this set. In her previous service game, she saved a couple of break points, but doesn't even begin to tell a story of that game, which is pretty crazy, really. 11 deuces, and we're into double digits for deuces in the current game as well, in between Iva Jovic holding to love, and she has had a total of 6 break points over the last 2 Golubic service games, and the Swiss player has done really well just to maintain her composure and stay in these games. We're coming back into this 8th game of the second set with Golubic serving and with a game point, so she'll be hoping she can seal the next point and level things up at 4 games all. It is a really fascinating battle here in the second set, complete opposite in fact to the first set, which was won pretty comfortably in the end by Iva Jovic, the world number 115, 17-year-old American who is going to break into the world's top 100 with victory today, regardless of what happens in the final tomorrow. And the players just resuming with a warm-up here before we get right back into it. And it's going to be difficult for Golubic to come back and try and see out this first game. She will only have to win 1 point. She has managed to get herself ahead in the game at least, so it is advantage Golubic when we do resume. If she does lose the point, then we're going to go back to deuce again. And we'll end up having an even longer game here than we did a couple of games ago when Golubic held after saving 2 break points and being taken to deuce 11 times. It is a remarkable passage of play that's now had a little interruption, but we are almost ready to get things back underway here on the centre court. 4 games to 3, Jovic leads. It is game point Golubic for 4 all. She knows the pressure she is facing here. And it's Golubic to serve here, trying to level things up at 4 games all. Quite a few of the spectators just taking their seats. Golubic now ready to serve here. And perhaps unsurprisingly, it's a winner from Jovic off the return. Back to deuce again. Well, that is how quickly things can turn around. All of a sudden, it's break point to Iva Jovic. Would you believe it? Another breakpoint saved. Absolutely incredible sequence here. These last 2 service games from Viktoria Golubic have been really quite remarkable. This one now surpassing the previous one in terms of length. Right on the line again from Jovic. Yet another breakpoint opportunity. Can she get herself out of trouble again? Well, that is a huge moment, and finally Iva Jovic breaks. It had been coming. The resistance of Golubic eventually is broken. And Iva Jovic, a 17-year-old serving for the place in the final now, would be the biggest final of her career. has Golubic got in response? That one just going long. You do wonder whether she can bounce back from the disappointment of losing that last game. I don't think the rain delay helped in any way there. Edging closer. Two points away. And as soon as Golubic was unable to see out that previous game on serve, you kind of got the feeling that it wasn't going to be her day, despite all the fight she's shown in the second set. Jovic has match point. Backhand winner to save the first of 3 match points. Golubic not done yet. Saves a second match point. Well, maybe we're not done yet. This would be some comeback from Golubic, but if she can find a way to break here, this match is wide open again. She has so much experience, Viktoria Golubic, and she'll back herself still, even at this stage, to turn things around. And a mistake from Jovic at the net there. And a match point. A 4th chance to seal the win. It is Iva Jovic into the biggest final of her career. Had to show so much resilience in that second set because Golubic pushed her much harder than she did in the first, but overall that was some performance. blew Golubic away in the opening set. It was much tougher going in the second set. The 6-3 scoreline does not do it justice. But it's Iva Jovic into the final in Ilkley. 6-love, 6-3. First WTA 125 final of her career. Well, the little rain delay didn't help things, particularly for Victoria Golubic, who had game point. 4-3 down, but wasn't able to hold serve, and that ultimately cost her in the second set. Iva Jovic, though, didn't face a single break point in that match and put in a fantastic performance and thoroughly deserves her place in the final in Ilkley. The 17-year-old is our first 2025 finalist.
She held an 11-deuce game. You held to love. 10th deuce of the next game, rain delay. How on earth did you go about handling those big moments? What was your process to coming through?
I really don't know. I mean, in the first couple deuces, I was thinking, trying to make something happen, but after it just became so crazy and instinctual, it was all a blur. So I'm just happy to be finished now because it really could have gone either way there.
This is your first ever professional tournament on a grass court. Incredible effort to be going all the way to the final. You did make the semi-final between Wimbledon last year. Did that give you an idea of how your game could fit the grass?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, people have told me growing up that I would love the grass, but I wasn't sure until I stepped onto it. And last year in the juniors, I definitely got some great matches and learned to love the surface. So I'm glad to keep the fun going this year.
Well, you mentioned it very recently. You were still playing juniors. This time last year, you were ranked outside the top 500 in pros. With your win today, you move into the top 100 on the live rankings for the first time. Are you surprised at how quickly that happened? What's the journey been like for you?
Honestly, I still feel like a junior out here, so it's pretty surreal to be in the top 100, but you know, the way those rankings go, there's always someone looking to take you in front, so I have to just keep working if I want to stay there and get even higher.
The only way is up, Eva. You're climbing, and you're into the final tomorrow. You will face either Neff, another Swiss player, or a defending champion, Marino. So, how are you enjoying Ilkley, and how are you going to prepare for that one?
Ilkley's beautiful. I have a little routine. I'm going to the same restaurant every night. It's a bit of a superstition now, and I went down to Ilkley more and saw the nature. It's really beautiful. So I'm enjoying the nature and the peaceful vibe here.
Tell you what, we've really enjoyed watching you on Sensical today. One more time for your first Lexus Ilkley Open finalist, Iva Jovic! Alright, 3 more matches still to come your way today on Sensical. The next will be up shortly. Reminder the fans that it remains open. The Water Regional Station is towards the entrance of site. You never quite know what this sun is going to do. So please keep that sun cream topped up. And we'll be back with you very shortly.
Player announcement. Each of the following players report to centre court ready to play. Marino and Marino,
we are all set and ready to go in record time for the next match here on centre court in the Lexus Ilkley Open. So ahead of this next match, would you please welcome back our 4 kids from Ilkley Grammar School. And please also welcome our LTA officials. And now for the players. First up, she has won 5 matches to make the Ilkley semi-finals and a qualifier, and she reached her first final at this level in December. From Switzerland, please welcome Celine Neff. And she's a former top 40 player who won her first title at this level last season. From Canada, please welcome our defending champion, Rebecca Marino! I'll now leave you with our chair umpire for this match. That is Vera Okeva.
Well, welcome back to the centre court here at Ilkley. Semi-finals day at the Lexus Ilkley Open 2025. And our second of the WTA 125 semi-finals to bring you with the defending champion, Rebecca Marino, 34-year-old Canadian up against the 19-year-old from Switzerland, Celine Neff. Fascinating matchup here after Iva Jovic secured her place in the final with victory over Victoria Golubic, the number 2 seed. Celine Neff coming through qualifying to reach the main draw. Rebecca Marino, the 8th seed, defeating last year's finalist in the first round, Jessica Ponche. And going on to reach the final 4 here. Can she make it back-to-back finals at the Ilkley Lawn Tennis Club? So time for our second semi-final of the day here at the Lexus Ilkley Open 2025. Iva Jovic, the first of the finalists, beating Victoria Golubic, the number 2 seed, a little earlier on today. Now it's the 8th seed, Rebecca Marino, up against Celine Neff of Switzerland. Qualifier who will be hoping to build on what she's already achieved this week. Up against the player who went all the way to lift the trophy here last season. This was a W100 ITF level tournament last year. It's a WTA 125 now, and Rebecca Marino, the defending champion, is looking to return back to the world's top 100, something she will do today with a win. She won her first WTA 125 last year in Midlands in the US, defeating Alicia Parks in the final, hoping to secure her second WTA 125 title, and of course back up her success here 12 months ago as well, part of the Billie Jean King Cup winning team of 2023, representing Canada of course. And this is the player she's up against, Celine Neff, 19-year-old from Switzerland who burst onto the scene a couple of years ago. She made her first tour level quarter-final, beat Venus Williams, quite a high-profile victory, and she had to come through qualifying here to make it into the main draw, but has impressed so far. Mariette Kaukieva is the chair umpire for our second match of the day. Both women's semi-finals and the men's semi-finals being played on this centre court today, with the doubles finals for both men and women being played on court 1. We did have a bit of a rain delay in the last match, which has set us back a little bit here. Still some dark clouds overhead. The forecast for later today is pretty good. We're hopeful that we're not going to get any more interruptions, but maybe one or two little spells where we do have brief pauses in play, but it shouldn't affect playing time too much today, as we look forward to this second semi-final. Just a reminder of how these two got to this stage. Rebecca Marino beat Jessica Ponce in the first round. Of course, Ponce, the player she beat in the final 12 months ago. She then beat Emily Appleton in 3 sets and followed that with a win over the #1 seed, Alexandra Ayala, also in 3 sets, to make it into the semi-finals here. Celine Neff has taken a rather longer route. She had to come through qualifying. Ruby Cooling, her opponent in round 1 of qualifying, beat her in straight sets. And then Kyla Cross, the American, the player she beat in the second round of qualifying, in 3 sets to get into the main draw. Then it was Kiyoka Okamura in straight sets, and Antonia Ruzic and Amani Banks both in 3 sets to make it into the semi-finals. It's a second semi-final of 2025 after reaching one in a W75 event in Slovakia earlier this year. And she made her first WTA 125 final last year in Limoges, where she took on Victoria Golubic in the final, who she might have been facing in tomorrow's final, but of course Golubic has already missed out on a place in the final with her defeat to Iva Jovic a little earlier on. Straight set win for the 17-year-old American, who is going to break into the world's top 100 as a result of that win, and Rebecca Marino will be back in the world's top 100 if she wins. Incidentally, those two players on the same number of ranking points, so they are making progress side by side currently, and could meet in the final tomorrow. But before that happens, Rebecca Marino needs to defeat Celine Neff, the 19-year-old qualifier from Switzerland, in the second of the semi-finals here at the Lexus Ilkley Open 2025. We've had a fascinating match already today, and a brilliant performance from Iva Jovic, who will join her in that final tomorrow on this centre court. We are about to find out, and Celine Neff will be serving first and getting this match underway. It's a good hold from Celine Neff, start of this opening set. One double fault in there, but otherwise it all went pretty much to plan. settling into the match well. Has got just a little bit windier. Nothing like what we saw a couple of days ago, when the conditions here were extremely difficult. The good news is that the sun is coming out. It's certainly looking a lot brighter than it did earlier on today. We're hopeful that the rain will stay away for the duration of this match, and indeed the ones to come here on centre court. Marino to serve now for the first time. It's nice to put away by Marino. Made a pretty confident start to her first service game. There is a little bit of rain in the air now. It's extremely light at the moment.
Thank you.
Both players with a double fault in their opening service games. It's a fabulous shot from Marino. Trying to get down to that and guide it down the line. That's a good hold from the Canadian. 1 game all in this first set. A couple of double faults now from Celine Neff in her opening couple of service games. That's nicely done by Marino. It's a delicate touch, and it stayed low. Celine Neff couldn't quite reach it. Just taking the pace off it. It proved a really effective move there from Marino. Nicely judged. And a couple of break points early on in this first set for the defending champion. Be a little frustrated not to have got that return in play there, Marino. Superbly saved by Celine Neff. She was coming under a bit of pressure there from Marino. Consecutive break points saved. That one stayed pretty low. She hit it with plenty of purpose. Just missed. It will be a third chance for Rebecca Marino to get the break here. Missed opportunities early on here for Rebecca Marino to go back to deuce again. But the chances do keep coming. It's break point number 4. Celine Neff is stepping up in the big moments at this time with those 4 break points saved. She's going to have to save another one here. It's number 5 for Rebecca Marino. Once again, producing when it matters on break point. It's an impressive effort from Celine Neff. She's digging her heels in here. Just long that time from Marino. Survives a really tough service game 5 break points not converted by the defending champion. We'll see that as a missed opportunity. Celine Neff taking a 2-1 lead in the first set of the semi-final. Celine Neff doing a good job there of navigating that last game under a lot of pressure to take a 2-1 lead in this first set. Marino to serve now. She'll certainly take some encouragement from the way this match has started and the opportunities she's managed to create in the early exchanges. It's an ace for Rebecca Marino. Once again, just long from Marino there. A really good response. Good combination there from Marino. Serve down the middle, and then able to step up and put the volley away. Closes the game with an ace. Another good hold from the Canadian to make it 2 games all in this first set. fault for Celine Neff. Muttering a few frustrations there. Goes just long. Wind just picking up a little bit as well. Might make things a little trickier for the players here. Certainly a lot stronger than it was earlier in the day. Potentially a little bit of danger here. It's a really good second serve from Celine Neff. Did the first bit well. It was a good first serve from Neff. Had some trouble holding serve in her previous game. Plenty of breakpoint chances for Marino there. Just a bit of a pause here with ball coming in from court number 1. Lovely 1-2 there from Celine Neff. Really good first serve. Nicely put away by Celine Neff. And that is a hold of serve once again. Didn't face breakpoint in that game. Has saved 5 in the match so far, but she does lead by 3 games to 2. Marino to serve. second serve from Rebecca Marino there. Bounced up pretty high, it was awkward for Celine Neff. Neff doing a good job there of pushing Marino into the corner. Neff has been the one under pressure so far in this first set. It's another ace though for Rebecca Marino, just over 100 miles an hour, that serve. It's the placement really that earned her that ace. Once again able to keep up the intensity by getting good depth on those shots. Marino is taking time away from Celine Neff. Powerful forehand to finish the point and hold serve. And Marino making it 3 games all. Marino has looked the more likely to make the breakthrough in this first set. Neff has had a little more trouble holding serve, particularly in that second service game where she faced all those break points. Enforced error from Neff. Once again, just open the door a little here for Rebecca Marino, love 30. An opening potentially here for the Canadian. What an opportunity here for Marino. Three break points. First one saved by Neff, that's 6. She is saved now in this match.
Marino.
frustrating for Celine Neff. But that is the break. And Marino has been threatening for quite some time now in this opening set. And the defending champion with a little step towards another appearance in the final here, but a long way to go. She does make the first move in this semi-final. That break of serve had been coming for a while. Celine Neff will be looking to try and respond as quickly as she can here, but so far hasn't really asked any questions of Rebecca Marino. The Canadian has been serving. It's been pretty comfortable for the most part for the 8th seed. It's new balls now as well. And she looks to back up the break in this opening set, leading 4-3. It's not the ideal start for the Canadian. Double fault, first point of this game. Neff's turn to feel a little frustrated here. Would have wanted to do a little bit more with the return there. Once again, not quite able to get hold of it as she would have liked. And again, Marino just racking up these points fairly comfortably. Seems to have this first set under control at the moment. Neff not able to trouble her so far. Once again, the return goes long. And that's a swift hold from the Canadian. Take a 5-3 lead in this first set. One game away from taking the first here. Celine Neff now serving to stay in this set. It's a lovely forehand from Rebecca Marino. Just shortening the angle a little and injecting a little bit of pace. Two points away now from winning this first set. It's a double fault for Celine Neff, and for the second consecutive service game she finds herself love 40 down. It's 3 set points for Rebecca Marino. That was nicely done. Needs 2 more of those. Does Celine Neff here. But that is the first set wrapped up by the Canadian Rebecca Marino, with another break to make it 6 games to 3. And overall, pretty comfortable, a 34-minute set. And the defending champion 1 set away from making a return to the final in Ilkley. Well, the numbers here for the opening set, as you can see by all that green on the left-hand side, just the dominance of Rebecca Marino. 9 breakpoint chances in all. She took 2 of them, which was more than enough to get the job done. But a higher first serve percentage, winning a lot more behind the first and the second serve compared to her opponent. 6 double faults from Celine Neff, also certainly playing a big part in the Swiss player losing that opener. And she will have to just tighten her game up a little bit heading into the second set if she's to stand a chance of turning things around. But as things stand, the defending champion is heading back to the final. 6 games to 3 in 34 minutes. Rebecca Marino leading by 1 set to love. Celine Neff leaving the court at the end of that first set. Looking to regroup here. Try and turn things around. Rebecca Marino was very comfortable in that opening set. As we saw from the first set stats, she was the one creating the breakpoint chances. Converting 2 of 9. But never never really looked like she was in any kind of danger, and she will serve first here in the second. Neff will be hoping for a quick response here. Positive start to the second set could certainly help her feel a little bit differently about this semi-final. Give her a bit of belief she can turn things around, but when Marino serves like that, there's not much Celine Neff can do about that. 111 miles an hour. Big first serve, another ace for the Canadian.
Left, oh sorry. LTA 15.
Not getting any joy at the moment, Celine Neff. On the Marino serve, Marino pretty much picking up where she left off here at the start of this second set. The wind is becoming a little more of a factor now. It's a lot stronger than it has been over the course of today. And the return goes long again from Celine Neff, who is not able to put any pressure on Marino here at the start of the second set. The Canadian holding comfortably once more.
Player announcement. These are the following players report to court 1, ready for play. Natalia Diachenko, Eden Silva, Isabel Havelat, and Simona Volta.
Celine Neff to serve. Good start to this service game from Celine Neff. Solid first few points here to get to 40 love quickly. And holds to love. Tremendous return there from Celine Neff. Almost looked as though Marino was expecting that one to go wide. Suddenly had to react and ended up losing the point. Once again, really good return, great depth. Those last three returns from Celine Neff off Marino's serve, really exceptional. And troubling the Canadian here, who's facing break points for the first time in the match. And there's the break, and Celine Neff strikes first in the second set. Potentially a big moment in the match. Could this be the start of a turnaround here for the young Swiss player? Down a set early on in the second. She has moved into a 2-1 lead.
Time.
Celine Neff with the lead now in the second set, 2-1 up. Can she back it up here? It's a stunning return from Marino. Really getting hold of that, just ripping that backhand. It's a good second serve from Celine Neff. Game points here for a 3-1 lead. And backs up the break. She will take a lot of encouragement from the way this second set has started. Easily put away there by Marino. Horrible bounce there for Celine Neff. Game points here for Rebecca Marino, just to stay in touch here in the second set. Just couldn't quite redirect it there, Rebecca Marino. But it is a hold for the Canadian. Stays in touch here in the second set. Celine Neff, though, with the break and a 3-2 lead. Celine Neff looking to hold on to the lead here. Rebecca Marino did create a lot of breakpoint chances in the first set. Certainly back herself to get opportunities to turn this set around.
semifinal.
Tremendous exchange there. Marino putting a little bit of pressure on Celine Neff here. 15-30. Well, this is the opportunity she was hoping for here, Rebecca Marino. A couple of breakpoint chances to get back on terms in this second set. It's just long from Marino. An extended rally there, but Canadian not able to capitalise. Celine Neff saving 7 of the 9 break points she faced in the first set. Just saved another couple here to maintain her lead. Well, an ace to hold. Big hold there from 15-40 down. A missed opportunity for Rebecca Marino there. A 4-2 lead now for Celine Neff. She tries to force a deciding set. That's nicely done by the Canadian. The wind has just started picking up again. I think that's just adding a little complication or two here for the players once more.
40 love.
Just did a better job there of absorbing the power. Celine Neff staying that point. That's superbly done as well. Terrific winner down the line.
40-30.
From Celine Neff, suddenly turning this into a competitive game. But Marino holds, stays in touch. She is still down the break in the second set. Celine Neff leading by 4-3.
Time.
It has been a good response from Celine Neff here in this second set. Just hit the hour mark in the match. Rather outplayed in the first. The second set has been much more competitive, but more than that, Celine Neff has looked fairly comfortable with the lead. Obviously had to save a couple of break points in her last service game. And knows that there's always the threat of Rebecca Marino. Who's shown what she can do on this surface over the last couple of years now. And a great run to the title here in 2024. Marino really going after the second serve there. These are the key moments now in this second set. Celine Neff in particular making sure she doesn't present Marino with an opportunity to break back. She is playing the important points well in this second set, is Celine Neff. chance here to make it 5-3. Which she does. Marino to serve to stay in this second set. These are the 3 points she's going to be looking for. Getting that first serve in certainly helps. Another ace for the Canadian. Lovely shot from Rebecca Marino. Getting the angle on that. The direction and the power, superb. It's off balance when she hit it. Did it brilliantly. It's got 3 game points now just to keep this second set tight. Which is exactly what she's done. A hole to love. Just a little reminder to Celine Neff that there is still work to do here in this second set. The 19-year-old Swiss, though, will serve for the second set to take us into a decider in this semi-final. So one more chance here for Rebecca Marino to break back in this second set. Celine Neff serving for the set to take us into a decider. First couple of points so important just to settle those nerves. she's navigated the first few points pretty well here, Celine Neff. 2 set points now to take us into a decider. And we are getting the distance on centre court here. A 1-set shootout for a place in the final tomorrow. Celine Neff, the qualifier, getting one back against the defending champion Rebecca Marino, 6-4. It's 1 set each. And this was the story of the second set. Celine Neff, particularly behind that first serve, as you can see, winning 95% of points. Rebecca Marino doing well enough behind both the first and second, but that one break of serve was enough. It's the only break point she's faced in the match so far. She had 2 opportunities to break back, but wasn't able to take them. So that one break ultimately making the difference in this second set. And we have a 1-set shootout, as I say, for a place in tomorrow's final. 6-4. It is 1 set each. So it'll be Marino to serve first in the decider here. A 1-set shootout for a place in tomorrow's final. It's just a case of one player taking their opportunity and the other player not quite being able to do so in that second set. Marino had those break back points. Serving first in this final set might just help her put a bit of scoreboard pressure on her opponent as well the later we get into this set. If she can get off to a good start, using that experience from last year. Anticipated well, but just couldn't direct it into the court there. Celine Neff just missing down the line. Couldn't have done much more really, and Marino holds fairly comfortably at the start of this deciding set. Celine Neff doing the chasing here. In the decider, with Marino serving first. Played the big points well in that second set, Celine Neff, certainly a big improvement on her performance in the first set. Under a lot more pressure, admittedly, in that first set, though. She did save 7 of 9 break points in set number 1. She saved 9 out of 11 overall in the match. Marino's only faced 1. And it did cost her that second set. And that volley has put a bit more pressure on the shoulders of Celine Neff here. Down love 30. It's long from Celine Neff, and early break points here in the second set for Rebecca Marino. It's the 12th break point of the match. 2 from 11 converted so far. Once again, Celine Neff stepping up and delivering when it really matters. Well, 2 really good first serves. If she does go on to win this match, Celine Neff, it'll be in some way down to how she's played the big points. She is facing yet another break point here, though. Once again, comes up with the answer. Just a really impressive record on these break points. 3 saved in this game. And back to Juice once more. Marino still asking the questions here. She just keeps on producing in these key moments. 4 break points saved in this game and 6 in this since the start of the second set. All 6 that she's faced. 7 out of 9 saved in the first set as well. This really would be a big hold. The Swiss qualifier. Well, that was some effort from Celine Neff. Huge moment early on in this third set. Once again, Rebecca Marino just not able to convert these break points. (13 out of 15 saved by Celine Neff in this match now. Marino breezing through this service game, and that has been the story for the vast majority of this match, with one notable exception in that second set. And it's a hold to love. Marino with missed opportunities. That's kind of been the story for the Canadian for quite some time now, ever since winning that opening set, which she does lead by 2-1 in the decider. Celine Neff having to dig deep in that previous service game. And she did manage to hold serve yet again. Look at the break points converted in this match. It tells quite a story. Celine Neff 1 from 1. Break points converted. Marino 2 from 15. Big forehand winner from the Canadian. She is certainly the one asking the questions in this third set so far. nicely redirected there by Celine Neff.
Third kill.
Well, that double fault. Number 8 in the match for Celine Neff has given Rebecca Marino another break point. Number 5 in the set. Celine Neff just has this habit of stepping up in these big moments. Keeps on holding off the Canadian. Yet another break point saved. It's another double fault to bring up the second break point in this game. And this time she finds an ace. Rebecca Marino must be wondering what she has to do here. And another good first serve. Down the tee this time. Just over-hitting the forehand there, Rebecca Marino. So gutsy this from Celine Neff. The way she's playing these pressure points time after time. Two games all. fault in this set from Rebecca Marino. It's only the second point on serve that she's dropped so far.
Holding
serve has not been the problem. Seemed to take a really awkward bounce on its way through.
Marino.
Another ace from Marino to close it out. Another straightforward hold of serve, but she just cannot get that break to put her in charge of this deciding set. The defending champion does lead though, 3 games to 2. The women's doubles final is currently being played over on court number 1. British interest in that one. With Eden Silva, one of the 4 British players involved today, which keeps it just a little more interesting for the home fans here. The British doubles pair in the men's losing their final earlier on to the top seeds. And Eden Silva of Great Britain playing alongside Vitalia Diachenko in the doubles final at the moment, but it's Simona Volter and Isabel Havelag who are leading in the doubles final as we speak. Marino here has just got to maintain the belief that she keeps doing what she's doing. She is going to get that break of serve eventually. Feels like it's been coming for a long, long time. Of 17 breakpoint serves so far. It's beautifully hit by Marino. Lovely timing on that forehand. Great angle as well. Took it a long way away from Celine Neff. Well, it is more break points. 6 saved in this set so far for the match. It is 15 out of 17 saved. Oh! It's long, do you believe it? It's the best chance she's had in a while of converting one of these break points. What an opportunity for Rebecca Marino there. Does have two more potentially to finally make the breakthrough. But she just keeps on producing.
30-40.
Staggering number of breakpoints saved now. It's 8 in this set. And she's done it. Rebecca Marino does break at long last. 9 attempts it took in this deciding set. She finally has the lead in this semi-final, final set. New balls now coming. Rebecca Marino is 2 games away from securing a place in the final here for a 2nd year in a row. She might be thinking that she wants to get this done quickly because the dark clouds are circling overhead. Some rainproof clothing being applied by a number of the spectators now in preparation at the moment. Rebecca Marino just trying to stay focused on seeing this through. Rebecca Marino has been largely untroubled on serve in this 3rd set. On 15 out of 17 points behind her own serve. And a ball to love puts her 1 game away. And is this the end of the road for the qualifier, Celine Neff, who's going to have to come up with something pretty special here to turn things around. Rebecca Marino leads by 5 games to 2. Rebecca Marino 1 game away from another appearance in the final in Ilkley. Celine Neff has battled really hard in this deciding set, serving to stay in the match and keep her title hopes alive. finds a way past. Couple of points away now. We are just getting the odd spot of rain here. There's no doubt Celine Neff will keep fighting here. Well, it is a match point. Opportunity for Rebecca Marino to seal her place in tomorrow's final. The title defence is still alive. Rebecca Marino into the final in Ilkley for a second year in a row. Celine Neff battled so hard in that deciding set. She saved 17 break points in total in that match. Celine Neff, it might have been a little more straightforward for the Canadian, but she did need 3 sets to get the job done. 6-3, 4-6, 6-2 in around about an hour and 40 minutes. Celine Neff leaves the court a little disappointed, but after a really good effort and an excellent week. Rebecca Marino getting the job done here in 3 sets, as we can see from the numbers. Fairly dominant throughout, and look at the break points. That was the key, really. She only faced 1 in the whole match, but it did cost her that second set. She broke 4 times in total, once right at the end there as well, having already got herself in front in the deciding set. And Celine Neff saving 17 of those 21 break points. That is how hard she fought. But Rebecca Marino just kept pushing, and it was a lesson in perseverance and patience that has seen her secure her place in tomorrow's final against Eva Jovic.
Yeah, I come from a rainy city myself, Vancouver, Canada, so I'm used to this. So I guess you could say I feel at home with the rain, but you know, I think the Turners done a fantastic job of making us feel really comfortable at home and keeping us in check when the courts are ready to go. So well done to the Turners.
Rebecca, our defending champion, back in the final tomorrow. You take on Eva Jovic. I'm sorry to bring this up, but she's exactly half your age. She is 17. Now you've had a lengthy, impressive career. You've had twisted stuff. You had a few years actually you took off roller sport. So how old do you feel in tennis now?
Yeah, you know, that makes me feel right. Look, I mean, my body's super healthy. I definitely don't feel like I'm in my 30s. And I feel like those 5 years away from the game really kept my body healthy and in check. So I feel like I have extra 5 years on me there. Yeah, look, Eva's a great player. We were practicing all through this week, so it's kind of nice that we're both in the final, and she has a really promising career, so I think it's going to be a great one if everyone comes out and watch tomorrow.
Well, your tennis is timeless, Rebecca, and it's a tremendous thought again this week. We will see you in the Lexus Ilkley Open Final. Your 2025 final is Rebecca Marino.
announcement. We are holding centre court until the rain passes.
Announcement, no play before 4 p.m.
I think this is actually